Alright, we are good to go. How is the music? It should be good. I'm liking this Rode mixer, man. I gotta really get the stream deck organized a little bit more. Really figure out the bot situation. We haven't had a stream bot on the channel for a while. We were working on one originally in Godot or in Unity, and then we switched to Godot, so, you know, one of these days I might look back in the Twitch lib and setting up the OAuth workflow to actually, like, you know, get logged in and so today, two choices. We could do some art. Wait, why is my... Oh no, the Fancy Zones update? What? Power Toys, the Power Toys update. No. There's an update. Yeah, update available, learn more. Well, I want to auto update. Oh, there we go. Update Power Toys. Whenever there's like a Power Toys update, it's kind of weird. It actually like messes up my Fancy Zone presets, which is very annoying. I'm not restarting the computer. Yeah, I want to load my presets. Yeah, so no layout on the second screen. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so you guys are now good again. So that's like the question of the day. Do we work on mining gameplay? Or continue doing some Blender art? I do want to explore more of the club. I want to actually check the Unity asset store and see if we actually bought a bunch of I have a feeling like I bought a bunch of like pool stuff, like bar accessories. Like I have these barcade assets. Which is like now completely depreciated. I guess like these guys are no longer... No, they're still selling certain things. There's some bar props. Nothing special, but it's free, so kind of makes sense. We could make better props than that. There's a full apartment of props. That's interesting. Wine bottles. Or we could do something totally different. No. I kind of want to do the mining, but like the regular ship is not a great mining ship. We need like a medium class mining ship. So maybe we work on the ship. We should actually see why. Yeah, maybe we'll do a little bit of both. Let's knock out some borrow assets real quick. Trying to work quickly. So let's open a couple tabs here. Let's do ambient CG textures. Alright, so these are all textures. Yeah, I'm looking for my supporter of this. Like, I think a dark granite would be really nice. As a countertop. Wood might look nice too, actually. Yeah, I like that. We'll get 1K wins. Wood 067, 4K. Yeah, maybe that's too bumpy. I don't know, we're just gonna do it. Let's just do it. Where's the roughness? There we go. Yeah, that looks nice. And we can always over-exaggerate the normals. We need like a rough plastic or something. Yeah, maybe we can find like a rough plastic or something. Like, what would a bar actually be made out of? Carbon fiber or light emitting concrete. Aluminum. No access map is great. Not looking up on. Oh. There's like a circular aluminum. Like a scratched aluminum. Would be kind of cool. Oh, this one's got like metal. Yeah, I guess it kind of, yeah, metal scratched. Scratched leather. Oh, you can just get scratches as an alpha. Oh, that's cool. Painted plaster. I bet a plaster. Nah, maybe sold aluminum. Yeah, I'm taking this metal 50B. put this one together and see what this one will look like. Middle. Normals. We want our geo normals. I think it'll be too reflective for like this middle particularly. And I don't want to do displacement on it right yet. Yeah, I think the middleness with the reflection in the bar, it'll be pretty dark and it might look pretty cool. I don't know, let's find out. Oh no, did I not, I never tagged it as an asset. It'd work if it was darker. Yeah, I think it should be some type of composite material or something. Bar. Well, the bar is an asset. Let's bring the bar into the. Yeah, no, the bar needs to be more matte. Yeah, the bar definitely needs to be more matte. So it's an improvement. It's a little bit of an improvement. But Okay, I think the first one's probably cool. Diamond plate 8B in 1K. Oh, that could be kind of cool too. Can I see this on a cylinder? That'd be really cool for a bar. Yeah, that's cool. That'd be really cool. Metal plates 02. I want a couple different variations of these for some before pieces. Just in 1K. These are so like little detail. I bet you I could redo these too and make like one, like two. Yeah, like a 512 by a 512. You can put like a couple different variations of these in one texture. Diamond plate 07. Made a real copper. Like a true copper. Yep. Metal 14A, it's coppery. Nothing in paint. Hey, 10 Raiders from Bungalow. Welcome, Bungalow. We're materialing. Doing materials. Hard Light Cult. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. We're doing materials. Doing good. We're working on the Irish Johns. Let my shaders kick in and I'll show you. Alright, so I'm working on the bar. Alright, so I need to come up with some bar light tops. And I was originally going to go with an aluminum, but it's too weird. It's too weird. So bar top is fine. I like it. The floor's okay too. The normals are a little bit over exaggerated. Material than mats. Yeah, material than mats. Yeah. Aluminum too weird. Yeah, right. Like it's. So I'm trying to give you concept here. Thanks for the follow, Julian. And Hard Light Call. Let me turn my music down a little bit. Oh, I'll just physically turn it down. I don't know how loud the music is for you guys. The game takes place in the 80s, right, where the space race continued, right? So from the 60s and 70s, 80s, the space race keeps on going. And corporate interest drives, pretty much us to start, taking upon, resource mining off planet. So the idea is like space race keeps going. It is funded by corporations who have their own interests. And, right, so when Unforgiven space takes place, we've kind of destroyed the planet to a certain degree. Corporations have created massive space stations, these orbital, kind of things. It was good. It was a good little corpo in Cyberpunk. Yeah, I was a good little corpo in Cyberpunk. So it brings us to the game, right? So the game takes place in this mid-80s kind of retro futurism. So that's where we, where we kind of are. And for those that are just kind of like tuning in, let me, I'll just bring it up, like the main game. Please welcome me still. Welcome. Welcome, Hard Light Cult. I like how everything is game related, like a hard light, and we have like a Boolean. Yeah, I mean metallic. Yeah, because metallic reflections are kind of faked, so it's kind of like a whole like. Unless your name's not Boolean and I'm just butchering it, which I mean that's always a high probability as well. I just butcher names around here, right? So this is the prototyping, right? So this is our main space truck, first version. This is like the space van. My name was not related to games until I found out my name was like five games. Well, it's like Hard Light. I just see Hard Light as like lighting or whatever. But yeah, his name is Abu, and he is lean. I think a software dev for one of the OG Sonic games was also called Hard Light. So this is the idea, right? You're in this space truck. You can fully swap out all the components and everything. Like there's panels you can take off, and right, like you're going from point A to point B with your space beer. It's like a combination cigarette, lighter. Don't worry, I got it. I think Destiny and Dead Cells. I've seen the name. Right, so the idea is like you're trying to get by in the universe. You're buying and selling cargo. You're risking getting pirated. And slowly gaining reputation, and just trying to survive in the universe. And we have different space stations, and you can kind of decorate your own little kind of like home away from home in here. And buy different components, and it's kind of the idea. So I'm preparing a visual slice, I guess. It's not even like a vertical slice, more like a colleague of mine wants to redo the trailer we originally made in Unity in Godot, just like as a progress report, kind of showcase. Right, so you're. Alright, this is what the characters kind of look like. Alright, ignore the IK, the IK will improve. And I just dropped in Irish Johns because I'm trying to get a feel for like the placement and how we kind of want things to kind of look. There's no bar. In this one, this is more like an ambience test, like, so you kind of get a feel for it. I think that what we have is there's lighting coming in from the rear and from the light. Yeah, see, like all of this is open. So, like, yeah. So because of the meshes. Yeah, Irish John is another game developer, and he's working on a game called Rise of Piracy. So I figured I would honor Irish John by giving him his own bar in the game. And, I think it'd be kind of cool. And I love Irish pubs, man. Yes, I flans with John, exactly, right? Like, so, so that'll be kind of a hidden meme. And there's also a pirate group that'll be a little bit of a nod. Like, there's a lot of nods, okay, in my game to other people I love, like Wallaber and, Jotson, and, there's so many, I have so many fans, right, that, right, I'm gonna put a little fool box in the game, and, little things like that, right? So anyway, like I've been putting the things together and getting the physics and stuff like that all nice and smooth, and camera, motion, and targeting, and all the things. I'm just putting it all together, getting it working. So anyway, like we have a problem right now, and it's very annoying. So you can see, like, the game is kind of playable-ish, It's got systems. The systems are coming online, But yeah, multiplayer game. So I need to kind of get the rock crusher going. We need a mining ship, right? This was a prototype. I think I want to make a variation of this guy, though, for mining. The issue with mining is, like, there's tractor beams involved, and there needs to be a place to actually pull in the resources. So, like, it needs to have a little bit of a mouth of some sorts for it to work. So it works great in this classification of mining ship. It's like a rock crusher, pulls in, cargo, or pulls in rocks, and it's just like a cutter with, in this case, not a tractor beam, because it is the tractor beam. It just crushes rocks. That's what it does. But I want a more classical sci-fi variant of the space truck. So I'm gonna turn off the body and kind of create a version that has maybe like gills, like larger gills. I call them gills, but they're like collectors. That have the tractor beams that kind of pull in, right, the kind of raw ore on each side. And you heard of the cruiser class? That right there might be a nibbler class? Cruiser class? No? Send it to me. Like a cruiser class, like a vessel? Crusher class? Cruisier? The mining ship Nibbles. I've never heard of Nibbles. It's Nibbler class? What is that from? What is that reference from? Am I too old? Or should be? Are you saying we should call the mining ship Nibbler? The reviewer chat on the internet, I guess. Probably straight from English brain. Hey, Nibbler class sounds good to me. Right, so anyway, we have like massive mining mechanic that's just not utilized right now, even though it all works. You know, I created all the systems for mining. So here's the problem, right now, that I need to solve. Right, we have the space scene. You know, this is space scene. I mean, right. So this is the space scene. It's the first generation space truck stop. It's grown out of use, right? It was never finished. Looks cool. Got some environmental lights and stuff, and some environmental fog, which is being way too blown into proportion. But this particular truck stop was where you originally spawned in your ships, and you know, it went from A to B. Oh, it looks cool. It's a nice vista, you know. But and then we have all of our different shops, you know, like the pizza shops, and all of these locations have little drop-off points for doing delivery missions. So that's like their purpose, right? They're a little one cargo unit. I got a lurk. Had the best stream. Have a good one. Hard like called. All right, so I'm gonna have different variations of these places. A lot of them are for like cosmetic, lore, fun, you know, a bit of RP. Yeah, and we have our like clinic, but all of this stuff is not to any particular standard. So here's Irish John's. Right, Irish John's just has like a couple different benches where you can eat. If you're ordering food, and a place to like play some games, and a little dance club. Bye. Oh, Mungalo, was really good seeing you. But what? And Ming, but not Ming, never Ming. What's Ming? Bye Ming. It was oh, Mungalo. Gotcha. Nobody can English in my chat today, including myself. We're just not English today. Coherency. We left it on the weekend. That's how I feel anyway. I'm tired. So like, we need room. It's a daily struggle to type words. Yeah. You know, words are complicated, man. Right, so, you know, the idea is there needs to be enough room in these places for there to be 2 floors so we can play poker, right? So there's supposed to be a little area here where we can play some poker together. There has to be a bathroom. You know, it could be male, female, or type 1, type 2. Like, doesn't matter. Maybe they're all unisex. Who knows? You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. But I want to have a bathroom kind of area because I think it'd be kind of neat. You know, have some NPCs going in and out of it and whatnot. A jar. What is that? Is that Swedish? Are you getting all Swedish on me now? The character above the A makes me think it's Swedish. Hey, Mungalo, do you remember when I didn't know what a normal was? Do you remember me making my little fish container? And I never even knew what shade smooth was? And you were like, why the F are you making that much topology? And I'm like, how else do you smooth it out? And yet here we are. It's still shit. 3 years later, you know? Isn't it great? Isn't time wonderful? Isn't it great? Anyway, chat, so we don't want this. This has to go. It's not scalable. It's not modular. It can't scale. It can't do anything. Time is circular, they say. It's true. Right, so anyway. It's more like a point. So all of this is getting overhauled to a new station system. It's gonna be fun, says nobody. I mean, it will be fun, I guess, when we get there. But I'm deconstructing this, and we're going to instead be making a variant that looks like this. So that's what we're doing. We're going to make it like a cylindrical station. I wish the lighting was way better and easier to get nice and Godot. Yeah, like I've seen people do some really good lighting, but like I don't. Here's the thing I find insane, Mungalo. I always taught. Let me show you something. I'm a subscriber to a Patreon. The Patreon. I don't even remember the person now. Lilu is one of them. And they have like assets, right? Like, and in this one particular asset that like comes free with their Patreon subscription, right? This one's also on itch.io. They have Bloom enabled, right? But they have or no, they have Glow enabled without Bloom. So there's no Bloom, but there's Glow. And like this scene, as an example, is in the like this whole scene here is happening without any Bloom, and it is so nice. And I was trying to like figure out like how they were doing like some of this really nice glow, and it's just the way they have the glow set up. Like, it's crazy actually, like how good. Right, so like, you know, we're here, and it's I wish I would stop doing that when I'm trying to just move it. Right, so we're not like really like visually, you know, blocking anything by fog, but yet like look at these two symbols here. Like, these are awesome looking, and I thought there was some weird shader magic happening to the way this glow was performing, but it's not. It's just regular old glow, and it looks so good. Like, some of these things have, you know, very light emission, and there's no Bloom enabled. And things can be kind of dark, but yet still not contrasting, which is very, very cool. Like, even like this effect here is amazing. It's under glow. So check this out here. This is what I want to show you. Like, this is neat. Like, so I was trying to discover like how did they make this, right? Because if you open this up in isolation, this looks great. And even you're looking at the sky, you can still see, you know what I mean? Like, no matter what the sky is, you can still see the glow. And anyway, but when you bring it up individually, same thing, until you actually realize that the texture has nothing on it. There is no dynamic material. And the whole thing itself is just this world environment setting, where they just spent a lot of time. Look at this, boom. All of that is just setting up glow correctly, and there's still no Bloom, right? Because I'm using Bloom for everything, right? Like, to give it that glow, but like it just does it naturally. Like, I'm overusing it. There's like, I don't know. I've learned a lot. Like, even about like, you know, like the normalization of how emission looks, right? Because I'm making a space game, so I want everything to be dark, but I don't want to have fog everywhere. You know what I mean? But I want it to glow as if there is fog, and you know what I mean? Like, which is what this is doing, right? I'm getting a glow, like a screen space glow, but without fog. So I haven't taken anything from this yet. But I'm really like this has been so cool, like to explore this project. And I'm going to use the shockwave shader to make the engine effects for the heat. They're not doing it per item, that's the thing. It's literally all of it is doing it because the glow is actually being driven by emission. And being driven by emission effectively. So like, none of this is real. Like, it's all like all this nice orange you're seeing in the background. It's just the natural effect of the glow being set up correctly. And they have some really nice, you know, they do have some nice shaders they've created, or sort of, particle effects with just textures. And yeah, I'm like, I originally bought this for the originally just for the like the shockwave effect, But then I realized there's a lot of goodies in here, and this is a $5 pack on itch.io. No, in this case, when you turn on glow, it's a whole screen space thing, which I think is fine. I mean, you can still have some type of, you can dynamically turn stuff off if you wanted to, but like if the emission, like the other thing too is like just having a little bit of emission on the, you know, on the labels, you know what I mean, looks great. Because the only thing that's creating like this effect here, right, is on these in particular for the axe. On the material, right, the emission is just driven, right, all like out of scope, right. So it's gotten so bright that we've driven, you know, into because when you bring it down, so what they're doing is they're exaggerating the emission. Right, so even at like 100% emission, right, it's still white, right? But if I up the power, you know what I mean, then it gets good. But you can also leave the power alone and just drive this into the extreme. So the right. So I'm doing like I'm overexposing it. And I could overexpose it on all three axes, so they're double the value of what they would be. But it's just glow, right? Standard glow doing that. Right? Just blown out. Purposely blown out. And it's blown out a lot. Like, actually, if you look at it here, because yeah, it's like 4 on the green channel, so it's like 4 times, right, and 10 times on blue, right. So it's so bright, it's like wrapped around. I don't like how it makes things behind that should be like dark brighter, even though, yeah, you know, there's some trade-offs, but I love that it lights up the environment. It creates like a blur. Right, it could be an issue in space. It could be, but yeah, this is like I wouldn't think to do it this way, right? And the effect is very cool. These are good for like RTS and stuff like that too. Like it's pretty neat. There's some rain stuff as well, like weapon showcase, right? Different fire effects, and yeah, lots of cool stuff happening here. Some basic vertex shaders. But yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed like this particular setup. Just seeing how they created certain things. Human reference. So I'm going to take that into consideration when I do a lighting pass. And there's a lot of things too. I always wondered how to do lightning with it. It's just a single, you know, animation. Really, it's just an animation sprite, right? With a couple of different frames, randomized. Drive it with a whole bunch of emission values, and like boom, you know, lightning that looks like it's affecting the world, but it's really like a screen space, you know. Seeing a lot of these sparks, they're not really creating light, they're just creating screen space, right? Blurs. Anyway, that's what I was playing around with. It's pretty neat, man. But lighting is always a challenge, right? And I want to have, you know what I mean, like a lot of neon signs and cool things in the game. But I don't want to make this bungalow like I want to make a tool like your dungeon generator to make this a thing, right? And my thought process is make it like the ring is not. We know the ring is not real. The ring itself is not real. The ring is just a thing that's going to clip, you know, into like you know, it's just going to be created, and our hanger is going to clip into it. And I think it'd be really cool to make the ring itself generate the code, like misgeneration, because they're always going to be a 32 face ring, and they can like expand accordingly. Like a way that we can combine the hybrid dynamic nature of blocks. So there's always blocks for the core. The middle is always 32 by 32. And we extend outward, almost like the dungeon generator, right? Where you can have different things coming off of it and whatnot for the whole volume. You know, and we dynamically kind of scale out these rings and like kind of randomize them a little bit. So that's my thought process on that. Like, it'd be cool if I can make a better generator for them. Right, and some of the stuff can be a lot more high quality, and we can use some normals like on a lot of the surface of this to make it look like it's structure, you know. So I got some ideas, but you know, because right now it looks like a donut. Right? It needs a lot more detail in it, different shape language, but not 100% sure of the direction yet. So anyway, that's me just kind of showcasing, you know, where we are. And then before you guys came in, I was working on pulling in a lot more of these panelings that we can use for a lot of this design. We're just gonna grab them in 2K, or in 1K, because 1K is totally fine for the scope that we're kind of going with. I think I should probably use the PNG version, because let me just see if the 1K has an alpha map. Because otherwise we don't have any alpha. Opacity? Okay, there's an alpha. We'll just use the alpha. It's fine. I'm not going to worry myself, but you know, we do save a little bit on the PNG side by combining the alpha and the still like 6 mags total, so they're pretty light. I love that there's these alpha maps that are just nothing but alphas. Just for like adding layers of like grime and stuff. I think it's like some of their scalings of it. Now, like a plastic would be kind of nice. Although this plastic does look pretty shiny. It's a very metallic. Rust. Hey, there is a paint. This is really thick. Yeah, with the normal scale, it's alright. Styrofoam. Hey. Solar panels. Payment cards. Glazed terracotta. It's pretty. The UVs don't align. Ooh, lava. Hey David, how's it going? I'm just playing around with some textures today. What's terrazzo? Corrugated steel. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's cool. Oh, actually, I wonder if they have what I need to do the I need to do this, but the other way around. Like rotated in use. Yeah, I wonder how some like plaster would look on the inside. Just as like texture. Interesting. Are there fences that aren't broken? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, the next stuff is cool. Pipes. Let's go, pipes. This one. Yeah, the UVs are like the wrong direction, but pipes, this is cool. So weird, that's... Not quite what I'm looking for. Close though. Stop searching and we're trying to clear. And maybe like these ones. Or the dark version. Yeah, maybe the dark version. The weathered version. Not the one. Do, 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 do. Yeah, so this seems like a more of a plastic. But anyway, guys, help us map down here. Is the bot now? Just an hour and 41 minutes. Wow, I'm already tired. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what color to use for the bar. Right, let's see the share. Yeah, and let's say we did want to do a mining variant of the gray box. Right, so if we want to make a version of this that is very similar to the space trucking ship, but you know, a little bit different, more like massive, probably like a little bit wider with the big side mining lasers and like kind of like catchers. I think it'd be kind of cool. You keep all the same components, you can still live in it. All of this back here gets removed and becomes raw storage, like raw mining storage. And then we have these wings that kind of like help catch the, almost like big gills that kind of help catch the ore from the sides. Or I'm not sure like how I'd want to do that. Or we'd have like dual mining lasers. I don't know, I'm gonna think about it. Let me find that exterior. Yeah, the only thing is it changes the entranceway a lot. Wait, I wait 2 hours. I'm past my dinner time. Hi. How do I dissolve my edges? In Blender? What? No, there's two here. Oh, not a tractor beams. What do you guys think of this design? I know it's kind of square right now, but like I want to make it modular, so we just literally kind of feed, you know, I mean, a mining platform, whatever you want to call it. Like this is like mining storage. This swaps out all the internal storage, like a mining system. So it's all like raw ore and raw ore processing, like for this medium-sized ship. So we can hold a lot more, you know, like raw ore, and it kind of works as a platform. The only thing is, like, it kind of works like we need to find a way for the poor old player to get in and out. So we're gonna move this back and move the doorway up to where the component bays are. So it might not fly, or we just have a door in the back. Right, because we do have a lot of the storage on the sides, so we could have like one single hallway going through. For the ore module. Yeah, maybe it all needs to be like bigger. Hanging around with some shapes. I don't know, man. So let's say we move this back 8. Bro, keep crushing it. This has been mad fun following this journey. Hey, Osprey. Yeah, we're just kind of winging a mining variant right now. I want it all to work. I need the player to be able to get in and out. We need 2 airlocks, because there always must be 2 airlocks if it's going to be secure. So the mining ship variant, I also want it to always use the same meshes, you know what I mean? So the idea is you hook this thing, it transforms the body, so there's only a rear entrance. All the same modules, it's intentionally going to clip, right? It's meant to be like a module for it, so that way you can mine. Because like if I don't do it this way, it's gonna be stupid, you know what I mean? Like, because like what's actually, like we have these cutters, right? But then we also have tractor beams, and I could have tubes on the tractor beam, so they pull it in, but then where do the tubes go? So I'm either going to create a system that pulls it directly in here, or it's going to work kind of like a mini factory. Maybe this is for fuel scooping. Maybe it works like the fuel scoop, only the fuel scoop on steroids, right, for gas mining. And we just have the big tractor beams on the sides, and behind the tractor beams there's an attachment that goes right into the hoppers. So there's kind of like 2 hoppers on each side with 2 hard points. So we still have our weapon hard points or mining laser hard points, but the ship suddenly becomes extremely slow, right, with this configuration, because it's designed for you know, pretty much, you know, moving cargo. And I balanced the ship out originally for each of the thruster points, so no matter what the volume is, right, like the thrusters actually work, right? Like it's designed to be this way, but there won't be any lift thrusters on the back. So like when you're on planet side, like, you know, normally the thrusters for the top are up here underneath the wing to help lift, so we'll need to actually add thrusters to the bottom of the module when the module's installed. So it'll be like, that's 2 extra things that are a little bit annoying, but it's a better trade-off than the alternative, right? And this is balanced cosmetically, right? So and I wasn't thinking this was gonna actually work until I'm kind of like playing around with it, you know. The big thing is don't you know, engineer it, you know what I mean, to the metric, and, you know, get it all kind of working. You could always design these differently later, as long as, like, the reality is this is a 2-meter high hopper, right? It's rounded, but it's not. It's 2 meters, you know, like 2 meters, like in gray box form. This is still like a 2-meter hopper. It's still all within the dimensions, you know, because we need to create the same effect that we would do in the engine with the bigger ship. So digging the exterior mining module so far, because there's like, I want mining to be very realistic in the game. So if we go into the and I'm trying to put together like a virtual, like an actual visual slice. So aesthetics are kind of important right now, at least temporarily. I want to showcase what the game can do. So I want to put together some pretty cool initial, you know, working concepts. I'll gray box this later, like, you know, I'm kind of playing around with the design. So, you know, here is that ship variant, like the one we're working on. When I was playing Star Citizen, money was all I cared about. It's soothing, but I stopped after that. I've been experiencing Spaceborne and Elite for the first time. Dude, if I get done what I want to do, let me show you some of the tech I've created for mining. I don't know if you've seen the asteroid tech stack that I'm working on. So this is what I was working on this week, right? Is the bar new mining with some new. You haven't? Okay, I can explain how it works. But anyway, this is the rock crusher. Look at this bad boy. Physical rock mining, right? How does it work? You literally cut the rocks and you scoopy them, you know, into the container. Right? This is industrial. This is meant to be this kind of dragster, industrial, multi-crew, slow-moving crusher, right? Where refinement is not a thing that it does, right? It doesn't refine. That's not its job. Like, this is, I'm crushing ice. You know what I mean? I'm a ice crusher. I'm a rock crusher. You know, it's a hopper, right? Crush, hop, store, right? That's its job. Crush, hop, store, right? Because this unit underneath this, right? You know, like this is kind of pure, you know, storage. I think I don't remember the volume now. You know what I mean? But like, this is a variation, and it's all the same, like prototypey, multi-crew ships, right? Different variations, same components on the inside. You know, just done up in a multi-floor kind of way where you just have your, you know, like a landing vehicle, a few other things. Oh yeah, absolutely, right, that's the idea, right? Like, this is just gray box, right? This is one of the first, you know, me trying to get the dimensions down for how wide you want our hallways and colliders, and all the ships are going to be like this. Right? They're going to get bigger. You haven't seen, like, you don't understand where I'm going with this yet, because I don't want to expose it all, because I want to release some of this as DLCs, like, or as sprints, right? So we're not going to have capital ship gameplay for what's your main direction at the moment. Putting together a virtual, like a vertical slice of the current gameplay is the direction. But I'd like to mostly just kind of keep my head down and continue working on all the systems, because the zone system is working. A lot of stuff is coming together, but we need to have big things in the game as opposition, so and to represent volume. I'm making assets right now only because we want to get a visual slice put together to remake the Unity trailer. But a lot of the core gameplay mechanics and multiplayer stuff are finished, right? Like a lot of stuff is working, and it just needs to be playtested. It needs to be all put back together. Yeah. So let me show you. I want to show you a couple of variations of things you've not seen. They're big. So these are different fighters. Now these are kind of bubbly. Ignore the bubbliness, because it's like 70s, 80s. I wanted to have some hot roddy, kind of interesting fighters. Like I said, shit gray box, but the form is kind of there. Gotta run the numbers, Leroy. Yeah, that's clean, right? Like, these are some small ones that they're gonna be a little bit bigger than this, right? What's that? Savior of the universe? I seen the vision. Yeah, but that's not the. Let's open a few more here. Hang on. So let's go to capital. So this is a this class cargo freighter. So this is like my version of a Star Destroyer, only this is high volume freight movement. Rav is the guy, right? This is like high volume. Right, like this is like, I'm moving cargo, you know what I mean? Like in a house. Love the containers. They're just squares, right? They're all yeah, right. So like, these won't be flyable initially. They'll be a part of the you know, like, just the volume of the massive ships that are moving from corporation to corporation. Right? Well, like, I want it to copy, right? Like, you see a lot of stuff takes old 60s dragster influence, but if you literally take an old school, you know, like a tanker ship, and you kind of Oreo it, you know what I mean? Watching the sausage made, I watched this guy making Heartbound. Good communities are always built around smaller development teams. Yeah, and I have plans for scalability. You gotta understand, like, you know, once the Patreon kind of grows. Like I know what I'm doing the minute I get my first artist, and like the direction of things, and like I have a full like kind of. I have so many systems I've been working on that'll go into like your guys' hands too. Like anyone who's a Patreon, right? We have you know, like this is going to come together. You know, eventually. Like, oh, Fusion, we're making the mining version. If you haven't been watching. So it has the hopper and all and the mining attachments, and I'm still working it around the design, but it'll, trust me, it'll be fine. Right? We just need to make sure that a player can get in and out. So you'll sacrifice the doors on the side. These will become plugged, obviously. But then we'll get all of the wonderful, you know, sleek mining, you know, rock cutting adventures. So let me show you. Let's go save this. Yeah, let me show you some of the cool things that we're gonna do. And Fusion, I put the build together. It's already in the launcher, in the updated launcher. This, like the Unforgiven Space build, I've built it, so you can play it. But only the test scene right now. I got to do all the multiplayer characters and stuff like that. There's a few other little things, but I made the build. And check this out, Fusion. Let me look. We bought some art yesterday. You have been watching? Okay, you can say, okay, cool. But so yeah, let's not worry about Irish John's. So you have seen the bar, or you've seen Irish John's work in progress. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, this is gonna rock, dude. I remember back when I did some compiling for a developer, and the CPU time was like 3.5 days just to package everything. Mind you, that was on like 1800 megahertz CPU at the time. You saw me attempting, yeah, okay, cool. So let's go and I'll show you guys some of the tools. Take a little. All right, remember, if you guys want to play the game, it's, you know, you can join the Patreon. $5 gives you access to the test builds. I should do the spiel. You know, here's the spiel. Patreon monolithic. Test builds are limited right now, so there we are. Ideally, if we could get this like 600 USD, that would be like what we want. And we just do builds. Right, that's the idea. Just keep building. The asteroid mining stuff I'll show you guys in a second, but that's the idea. And for the memberships, like I said, it's just $5. Reserve your handle, play the game. $10 tiers optional. You get your own little place in the Patreon test location. But so instead of, you know, subscribing on Twitch or whatever, you can directly like fund the game. And there's our little guy. This is Fusion's character actually, with coffee in this little apartment. You know, advantage of YouTube is I always watch your streams because okay, gotcha. Right, you just watch the VODs. You can join it for free too, just so you're kind of in the loop. You know what I mean? Just join the free tier. And right, so let me show you some of the stuff we're going to be doing here. So this is Space Edit. This is how we're going to scale. And let's switch this over to full. So Space Edit is going to be the solution. I'm working on the station editor right now for Space Edit, but Space Edit will be built into the game. Hey, Fennec coming in with Twitch Prime. Alright, so this is Space Edit, and what's cool about Space Edit, check this out. So, I'm in Space Edit. I can go ahead and go online, and I can host a session on Space Edit. I can now come over here. I've made all of these custom inspectors for Space Edit. So let me go online and let me join. Right, so now boom, there's Revere. Here's me. And let me go over here and open up a level that I was working on. So let's do this one. Now I'm back to where I was last, and we can both collaboratively work on all level design. So like I can literally just start, you know, continuing to build. I mean, oh yeah, like this ball is backwards. Right, so if you watch my other screen here, I'm literally building live. Right, totally building live. Like I can literally come along here, you know, throw down some lights, boom. Right, so think about on a large scale, you know, what this means for, you know, like, right, for the ability to collaboratively have devs working. And the system that I'm working on with this now is a fully custom scripting language called SpaceScript. And not only a scripting language, but the ability to log in to the actual API and pull down assets and stream them in. Because if I can just connect with one client, one editor client, pull down all the assets, making stuff becomes very easy, right? Like having other people prototype different types of stations and like just prototyping and kind of like taking some of the prefabs and just putting them together, right? There's so much that we can do with that, right? And it's all, you know. So but I want to get to a point where I can get an artist working like part-time on the game, you know, and then give them all the tools, you know what I mean? Like give them like the tools that they need to just, you know what I mean? Like upload the assets into the build and just immediately like work on it. Need to get all this stuff. Well, the editor is its own build. The editor is its own entire thing, right? And you can just you just paint floors. You just, you know. Boop. But if you remember Fusion, Sea of Clouds, right? In Sea of Clouds, the best way of doing building was collaboratively, you know what I mean? Right, and then on the host, so I'm just gonna go and save this, you know, back into the builds, levels, boom, override, and we're back to normal. Yeah, but the editor is its own tool. It's too complicated. It's very complicated, right? I don't want to like slow down development because I'm throwing it all in one build or I can't maintain it. The point of systems is for fast iteration, 180 megabytes, like quick, does it work? Boom, right? Like just very fast speed, right? Speed is how we catch up to the competition. Right, speed and so anyway, that's you know, space edit that's being worked on. But yeah. So the mining stuff can pretty much come online very soon. After the next cyclable sprint. Yeah, we have our little gray box capital ship. Because the hangar sizes are the following. Let's go. Right, because this is the scale of the game. Right, so you have small hangars, medium hangars, large hangars, question mark, right? So question mark, large, medium, small. So these are 48 by 64s on the large. So these will be more like Millennium Falcon size, bigger ships. We don't have any large ships in Unforgiven space until there'll be one of each classification, and there'll be a few big boys for defense purposes for like a while. And then the rest will kind of come together, you know, after the fact. But the scope of them all are all, you know, like all the size constraints and the math behind it all is So that'll be exciting. Seeing some of these guys is where the the fun will be, because those are large multi-crew. Love watching it. I'm disabled, so I can only do much myself currently. But I've done a few map designs in Counter-Strike in a day. But these tools are so much better than the sandbox I had then. Yeah, how's it going, Wicked Delight? Yeah, like it's so cool, like being able to tool like all your own stuff. But yeah, this is what we need to get working now. Right? We need to get all the station modules up and running. Different refineries. Right? That's now the challenge, right? Is redoing, getting rid of the truck stop is the priority now. Good, taking a break from a game dev and jumping to random stream to take a break. I gotcha. Yeah, sometimes you gotta take a break. But what I like about this design, like when I was designing this, I realized that if I kept 2 meters free, then I have those 2 meters on the side under the wings to use for whatever I want. External cargo attachments, I can kind of. It was why this guy was kind of a bit of a carrier style in the first place. So I need to build up the gimbals and everything. I don't know about the tractor beams either. Like I don't even think I have any tractor. Laser, what would I call it? What kind of game are you working on, Wicked Delight? Yeah, they should all be under ship weapons. And of course they're not. With Gatling guns, right? Hey, that's very similar to what I'm making. Cool. It's very similar to how yeah, that's very, very similar, right, to what I'm building here. Right, it's late 70s, early 80s era space trucking game with blackjack and hookers. You just started in January? Hell yeah. Well, what are you using for your engine? So a little Wing Commander type feel. Maybe not so much, because Wing Commander is still more military, and my game is more space truckers, like, motorcycle clubs in space. It's a lot more outlaw-ish, because it's more like You know, where there would be military, there's corporate security in Unforgiven space. So it's kind of, you know, a little bit different. Got pretty far. I have a couple of beta testers already. Unreal Engine was using Unity for like 12 hours. In the last 10 hours of Unreal. 12 years. Gotcha. That's so many issues, but Unity, I'm trying to make US in it. Yeah, that's awesome. Because like I want to try to avoid the military complex of Wing Commander. Right, Wing Commander plays a lot like more like, you know, World War II fighters in space, and technically a lot of the capital ship gameplay still kind of does that. It's very tropey, you know. Although I do like Expanse when it comes to like how certain things are played. But a lot less military. I'll be right back in the use washroom and grab a drink. Fennec showing off the cat. Yeah, see, that's what I love about it, Wicket, is there's such an audience in Star Citizen. Like my background was I made a trading app for Star Citizen, and I've been obsessed with dynamic economies. And my whole like purpose of building this was to challenge myself to make a better quanta. Like I did so much math in Star Citizen to balance out what I figured would be like the perfect economic model. And it's just annoying that like the current implementation is still to this day not dynamic, you know, it's still very base price level, fluctuates based off inventory, but has very little what is the word? There's very little like causation. It's not like you bring certain commodities to a place and because you've got multiple commodities of a certain type, it changes the production of another commodity. There's no like dependency trees that like create production based upon certain requirements or anything like that. So like very annoying. Like no weighted returns. I started playing it in 2019. I stopped because of the issues, and I tried again like past Thanksgiving. Couldn't handle the errors, so I started building a sci-fi game I wanted to play. Exactly. I don't care, man. I just want. I want the. In my case, I want the experience I had in high school. Like I played a game of Star Wars Mud called Rise and Power. And in Rise and Power, you could be like a smuggler, like a Corellian smuggler, and actually smuggle things. You had to like smuggle spice, pass guards, and smuggle weapons, and like, you know, sneak past guards. And you had to do all these gameplay loops that were really fun and don't exist right now. Like they don't exist anymore, but they existed in that game. You know, and be able to work together with people to do that is super fun, right? because all these things have already been done before, right? They're just not done collectively in scope, you know, with so building up like, you know, those type of like, you know, gameplay loops just make everything like so much more, you know, enjoyable for the player, right? And the game is very much adhering to, I wouldn't call it like Death of a Spaceman, because when you die you kind of like, you know, get waken up and you kind of get saved by an NPC actor of sorts, and you have to put in like claims, and there's still a time deliverable, but I want reputation to be like super important to you, and as you go in one direction you yin and yang in the other direction. So the further down the criminal line you go, the less security rep. Like if you're either like going down the road of security and then the other one kind of goes away from you, and it's the same thing if you're like a trucker and you're just doing like, you know, corporate transport at a large scale, then that's great. But if you become a criminal, like you'll lose that. But then but like it kind of switches to smuggling, right? And then smuggling is extremely high risk, high reward. But you know what I mean? Like for everything, there's an opposing like direction you can go that you can kind of work towards. So as you start kind of figuring out what it is you want to do in the game, and as like experiences happen, like you take a mission but like it's a smuggling mission, maybe you didn't realize it, you know, like your reputation can kind of weigh itself, right? One of the games I played a lot was Earth and Beyond. Had a lot of trading, building setup, sunk hours, you know, warping between places, trading. Yeah. Okay. So I don't even see here the like that's how like terrible this is. I don't even see the original tracking name. I have like several career paths and factions. It's because Star Citizen really doesn't have any like RPG elements. It's just about PvP and grind. Yep. Yeah, I highly recommend looking into like Star Wars Rise and Power. It was, oh man, it was such a good game. Other module. Yeah, I made this search for it. The only problem is there's such a saturation of failure and competence space games out there. Not to discourage it all, but that's like why you should make good ones. Because I think space games too become the victim of tropes and things like remember Kit Harington starred in one of the Call of Duties, and it was like a Call of Duty in space, and I'm pretty sure they only made it because like they were just copying Star Citizen because it was like, my game is fully multiplayer and fully working multiplayer. It's multiplayer from the ground up. Let me just show you. We'll jump on the dedicated server real quick. So we're just, so this is the my test project. We'll do 4 instances, sure. So this is all like gray box testing. In this test world, we have 100 NPCs for data throughput. We have all the base gameplay loops. There's nothing graphical about this build. This build is meant to just showcase the system's working. So here, we're just gonna let the, and it might be kind of bad on the stream. We'll see. It might be fine. So I'm gonna join in with Revere. Let me give it a second. So there's a lot of throughput here being synced, but see, so here's Revere. Revere's on the server. All the IK is working. Right, weapons are working. You can see even my little data terminal, is all working. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna head over. You're gonna see a lot of. It's gonna be a little bit laggy because the stream is going to be absolutely butchering the 3 instances, but it's fine. So let's do some of the things that we would do. Maybe I'll sacrifice my Blender real quick. Let me close out Blender because try to steal back some GPU real quick here. And maybe we'll kill this instance. But yeah, so check this out. I'm gonna join with Osprey Softworks. There we go. Osprey, pick a color. We're gonna go with orange. I'm just gonna go orange, man. So we're gonna head over here to this little terminal. Orange is your favorite? So let's do some things here. I think I might have broke something actually killing that client. Oh no, I didn't. Okay, we're good. Alright, so yeah, let's... So, in multiplayer we can do, the standard Star Citizen, pick up and drop off locations. We can pick up missions, right? I have a mission right now, do a delivery, right? Deliveries are straightforward. These are not fully synced yet, but you pick up boxes, you put them on your ship, you deliver them, and you finish the mission, and you make credits, and that's kind of how that goes down regularly, right? But what's super cool is I have this whole concept of dynamic authority. So check this out. It doesn't matter who spends the money. So say here I am, here's Osprey, right? Osprey goes and buys 2 gas, there's 2 gas, 1 processed food, and now let's have Revere buy another processed food, and maybe 2 metal, and 1 gas again. And absolutely everything is synced, and I can actually have full dynamic authority over all of this. I can restack all of this, I can interact with the cargo volumes, I can literally hold this out if I want to, and the other player can jump on it. It doesn't really matter, it's all custom, right? So so let's kind of showcase, what we can do here. So we know we can buy cargo, we know we can sell it. I can head over here, and I'm going to spawn in my ship. Right, so there's my particular ship, and if we observe this, right, we can see that this is my ship. I can interact with it. I have authority, so I can pop off all the components and swap them out, no problem. Right, they are mine. If I jump in, right, all of the animations and the weapon systems are all online. Just remember, when you leave interactions between items and players, you'll always get brief for thought. Oh yeah, there's a whole system, right? So you can see, like, this is all working, all the gimbals are working, right? Ship's all working fine, but it gets even better, right? If we take off here, now ignore the glitchiness, there's a whole camera system I'm working on, but we have quantum, 64-bit build. I can literally go to planet side. We have unlimited space that can stream in. We're not limited by space. We're mostly limited by what can be built. What we can actually put into the game. So let me go back, and I'm going to pick up the other player real quick. So let's see, where is... Oh, that's a prison system. Oh yeah, over here. So this is what's cool. So watch this. Like I can get out, right? And I'm going to go ahead and jump in the co-pilot seat. Right. So even though that's my ship, you know, here I am. I'm Osprey. It's all working. You see, like, you know. So let's pop in and let's go together. Right, and now I have authority, and we can go. And let's go down the planet side. Now, the game that I don't have focused has absolute crap FPS, but that doesn't matter, right? You know, here we are on our location. I think the planetary gravity is bugged. Yeah, it is, because I'm redoing the gravity volumes. Is this Unity? Oh God, no, it's Godot. Unity is limited, so is Unreal by default, because you need 64-bit precision to be able to have massive scale. So this is a custom build of Godot, right, for the purpose of making the game. Right now, in Unreal 5 latest version, I think it's enabled by default. I think you're actually good. So Unreal large world coordinates. Unreal 5 is a beta feature. You've been wanting to learn Godot, but I've been pushing it to the limit. You know what I mean? Like what I'm doing with Godot is pretty not normal. I don't think I'd want to. If I was starting, I would. You know what I mean? I'd probably jump on the Unreal train. You know what I mean? So you can set this up, right? Like large world coordinates, LWC. As long as you have LWC, then all of your transforms are doubles instead of floats. So you have the whole. You know, you have the whole universe all the way to Pluto, you know, at your disposal, which is fine, right? So, and it should work fine, but with Unreal's multiplayer, right? And especially with like Unreal's putting a lot of work into like, you know, multi-threaded replication and like, you know, what would be the core foundation of server mission. If you look at what work Ashes of Creation is doing, you can definitely see, like, from a studio perspective, like Unreal will be pretty good. You don't have to go make everything from scratch. Like I've had to make everything, a launcher, a delta patcher, right? I literally had to like build, you know, my own entire launcher so I can like connect with Patreon and like, you know, patch the game depending on what build, you know, you want to actually have. And that's not, you know, like having to do all of that, you know, building up all this stuff from scratch is very annoying, right? Like super annoying, just to be able to kind of jump in and, you know, play the game. I sometimes volunteer my off time to teach low-income children at several nonprofit and teach them like coding, but I use GameMaker, Unity, Unreal, but I've been thinking of using Godot because it's less resource intensive. Yeah, I think so too. I'm in and out running errands and around the house. No worries. Right, like Godot can do it, people just don't do it. You know what I mean? But a lot of that comes from C#, right? Like when Unity pulled a Unity, I had to go somewhere, and migrating 600 C# scripts to Godot made a lot more sense than porting it to, you know, C++. And I didn't want to have to remake everything in blueprints. So there was no migration strategy that would make Unreal viable for me, right? And now I'm in a place where I'm doing a little bit of both. Like I'm actually working on some C++, migrating some of the actual space object stuff into C++ as an extension of Godot. Right? So you have the power of using C++ when you need to. And if you don't need it, right, you have C# for the rest. And if you have a level designer that wants to just use GDScript, then just use GDScript. It's all built in. And I mean, if you were teaching kids, I even think GDScript wouldn't be a bad idea. My caveat is that, like, I work in enterprise, right, like in finance, and like I wouldn't have gotten that job if I was just a GDScript developer. Like the fact that I was using C# made me like multifaceted. So I could, build up something in Entity Framework, or I could like build up a web API, or I could build up a whole backend, or like some mobile app with Xamarin, or which is now Maui, right? Like you could do all of that with one language, right? I've been playing around with GDScript and I like it a lot, or like Godot a lot. I think GDScript's great. You say you had to say finance. What do you think about crypto as payments and such for games? I don't know, right? Because like we were on the Solana, like there was a whole crypto space boom of everyone making the next game with crypto in mind, but I don't see any of them being viable yet. Oh, and thanks for the follow. Like I think there's going to be a place for it. See, so the problem with transaction or ledger-based storage systems, like if we create a blockchain and we use it for Unforgiven space, you can alleviate a lot of asset ownership onto the blockchain, but you can't undo a transaction. You know what I mean? So like that, so like you have a problem. You know what I mean? If something goes wrong, you can't undo an asset. You can't undo, right? Like it's, there's a place for it, but I don't know where it aligns itself. And like I don't, I know if I made US like a couple of years ago when we were booming with the crypto market, probably could have milked it, but I mean, it wouldn't have helped me. I would have just have a whole bunch of backers sitting on top of virtual assets, just waiting, foot tapping. Right? You can't treat it like a DB. You can't reverse the transaction, and that's the killer point right there. Right? You can't undo a transaction, and the risk assessment, because I work in Big Four pretty much, like all of that is super important. It fails the tests. I almost need more like managed value coin. Yeah, I don't know. There's like, there's a whole bunch of like stupid mechanics that I don't see going anywhere, or like the generation of certain currencies. Like there is a currency I want to create for Unforgiven space, but it's a cosmetic currency based upon the dollars attributed to you on Patreon. So in other words, like as you're a subscriber on Patreon for $5 a month, you get like this one-to-one currency that you can use to buy like anything you want with, like custom skins and like interesting little cosmetic things. But you can swap them at any point. You can just like melt them back into the currency and then get something else, So there's like a bunch of like cool little tokens I can give you as a backer, like, fuzzy dice or something, like little things that are just like, could make your ship be a little bit more unique, like a custom engine trail or something. It's not like super high dev work, right? It's not a lot of dev work to put a shader on a flare and just being able to change the colors and make a couple of different colors, you know what I mean? But it does have some value to a player when it comes to being unique. You see a player with like golden plumes and only backers have golden plumes. I mean, there's a certain, level of respect or pride or whatever you want to call it to the player of like, hey, I made this happen. Like, this is my little takeaway, even though it's not much, I hold my bags for one day when it goes popular. and cycle again, just to make a future for myself more than disabled. Yeah. And I think it's going to continuously grow. I think the the crypto market is not going anywhere. Right. So, dude, oh man, right? Like the stuff that like Star Citizen will do subscriber flare for 6 entire months to give you one set of armor. Right? Like, oh, here's the gloves. Oh, here's the chest cards. Here's the pants. You know what I mean? Right? My claim to fame was like video games was I taught WoW hobs back in the day. Had to break games like WoW, and I came from EverQuest, where we swarm kitted or swarm kited. I don't know the concept of a swarm kite. So there's a tractor beam here. And it is absolutely not in the build. And I don't know why. Bard swarm kiting. You pull a bunch of mobs in one place and everyone focus AoEs. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Like, Star Citizen proves that there's an audience for games like Unforgiven Space, but we have to kind of beat SC to market at least. We have to have something playable, you know what I mean? Like, I want to kickstart my project eventually, but I'm going to Kickstarter with zero hopes and promises. I'm going to Kickstarter with proof, right? So that's my takeaway. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to be like, oh, please give me a whole bunch of money so I can work on this game for like 2 years. I'm going to be like, I've made this game at this stage. I need money for art and for continuous, development on the actual like pipeline side of things. You know what I mean? Like we need to flesh it out, right? Like to my level of vision, and that can only happen and we're talking like we're not talking voice actors to a degree. We're talking, hey, how's it going? Like gutterances, like voice acting as far as NPCs acknowledging you, Oblivion characters, you know what I mean? Where they kind of a Division a market, considering they're like successfully selling 1K ships in game. Yeah, definitely not Division, definitely a market, right? So there's absolutely a market here. Yeah, so Tractor Beam Medium does not exist. I have no record of it, so this one's spelling it wrong. Tractor Beam Medium. No blends. I'm going to re-import it, clean it up. Oh yeah, I wanted to show Osprey something. 1 second. Here. Oh dude, you just see the work I've done on instancing of things. Check this out. So this is kind of, there's a lot of stuff you won't see in US because I'm not ready to show it. But I want to show you this tech, and it kind of sucks because the tech supports volume metrics, but I don't have volume metrics enabled in the test build. So this is a test build. Test build is 180 mags, which I love because it makes it super easy for actually moving around. And so we have now like this really nice dynamic movement. And whether you realize it now, like I have full integrated pips and virtual actual holograms. But I want to show you this. So I'm running at a pretty good frame rate right now, but check this out. What do you think this is? This is 2 million asteroids. Right? Right, these are all virtual instances in a quad tree. And I can head over to the other side here. Like, this is all, you know, all on GPU. Like, and these are not particularly 100 megabytes is an empty Unreal project, right? It does look like a long cube. These are segments inside the cube that use a noise function to create a predictable field. What's CPU, GPU? All of these instances, they're fed into the GPU. So they don't have collisions right now. But we can accumulate collisions by sampling the same noise and doing a distance calculation. But so here's the idea, right? Like the idea of this is not to have them all like in a big cluster like this, is to have them obviously more spread out where the sensors can actually do collision detection against them. But the real asteroids actually get added, let me show you. So let me go to the asteroid system. This is how it all works. We tested the asteroids on a 1050, and they worked fine on a 1050. But I'm running a 4080. Yeah, so I don't know if this is gonna work. Let me just see. Yeah, so yeah, my VJoy is kind of broke, but like this, so it's kind of hard to really see what's happening here, but they all support volumetrics. And what's the plan for servers? Are you going to do the Amazon? Nah, it's too expensive. I have dedicated servers that I'm kind of going to just scale myself. Yeah, I wish this worked and the VJoy wasn't broken, but the VJoy is broken, so that sucks. So we'll just have to do this instead. Alright, so the way asteroids work in multiplayer. Right, so this is kind of the idea. It'll need a bit of explanation. Right? So this is an asteroid capsule. And an asteroid capsule, if you use like this as an example, this is kind of... Oh yeah, wait, I forgot we have fighters too. So the idea, you know, with asteroids is they're pre-fractured. So there's like, you know, 16 possible chunks that an asteroid can become. So let's go into the 0G here. Right? But we cluster them depending on like where the damage is applied. So as the you know, as damage is applied and they break, they won't break into all of their pieces initially. They'll separate, but they'll separate based upon the normal of the damage received. So as the normal gets penetrated, it creates a fracture along that line, and all the ones whose origin are above that line or below that line, they all stay clumped, right? So they're synced in multiplayer through their parent, but you keep breaking them apart pretty much until they're in like that chunk format. But every single one of these, let me just break this one up as an example, are all like full rigid bodies, and these are all like full size rigid bodies too. So you would like take this one as an example. All right, so if these are massive, hang on. Fair warning: if you're using consumer internet connection and hosting, Spectrum, a few others will ban you. Oh, I'm not using. I have it. This is all real data center stuff. I don't know why that distance. right? So like these are like asteroid chunks, and so the idea is you can scan those and bring up the composition, so you get an idea of what is actually inside them, and then you kind of like it's a time constraint then, right? Of putting how much power into them with the mining laser, so they kind of fracture, which is very similar to SC, really, if you think about it. But you know, it's meant then that you would kind of, you know, like, you know, suck them into the tractor beam in pieces after they've broken down, and then you bring it to market. So it's all the same, you know, same concept. Right, we have fighters. I don't know if the fighter works. It's been so long since I even tested the fighter. I have no idea. No. Although I don't know why the fighter doesn't work, really. Not powered. And it totally messes up. Yeah, because the fighter doesn't have a gravity volume, it kind of messes up. But that's the gray box version of the single seater. We're gonna crawl on the floor because we don't have gravity working, because I was changing everything, making it all terrible. So other than those two things, there's salvage. So when ships get destroyed, they become salvage, and salvage is the same concept. You know, it's just metal, raw metals. Now if I enter the gravity volume, it'll reset itself. Yeah, so I do need to go and fix, you know, fighters, because fighters don't have a gravity volume, so they don't really, like, when you leave them, I guess right now at a... What's the visual direction you want to go with the game? Or you hold back with the gray box, I'll figure that later. No, I don't know if you've seen it a little bit more. I've already kind of created a lot of it in the direction that I want. It's just, there's a few kind of like communal factors I want to decide upon. Like, you know, the game is meant to be like Cowboy Bebop meets Firefly, right? And, you know, so with that, and Cowboy Bebop itself is a very like, you know, a similar 80s anime style. So I made some adjustments to a custom cell shader, and like I said, this is if I don't get an artist. Like if I hire an artist full time, not going to worry about it. You know what I mean? If we don't hire an artist full time, this is a plan B, right? So plan B, totally fully custom, you know, anime shader with specular that we can apply to the existing materials to create the effect of being, you know, truly in like an anime style game, right? And that works for the ships and the metal and everything else, right? So I'm not sure yet, right? It's gonna be, I might use the assets in the gray box build, so the gray box build becomes an anime build if you think about it. But right, there's still a bunch of things I want to do with it. Like, right now I'm multiplying the original albedo into the shader, so like you still get some of the effects coming through. Right, so like I'm not ignorant to the scope of my game, you know what I mean? I'm aware that if I don't put the art in, you know, then we're not gonna be in trouble, but it's gonna take a while to bang out everything, right, to the level of fidelity that we want. Did you hear about the Bungie asset issues? Yeah, I did actually. How they just literally stole it from someone they were following, which is wild. You know, it's wild. It's crazy. If we go back into the main game here, we'll get an idea of the final art that I'm kind of going with. Space. For now, I just want to get people playing the game together. I need the Patreon to grow to a certain point. So, right, so this is what the actual current, you know, male and female character looks like. And let me go to the actual test. And this is how it currently plays in the main game. Yeah, like not even hitting like a blatant FU to the person. And only one Scott played stupid. Yeah, it's not surprising at all. Let me show you. Let me just actually show you. I mean, like, you're not doing a bad job yourself with the art. But it takes so long. 80% of my time is in Blender. Right? I could be working on networking, rollback, client-side prediction of rigid bodies, server. I could be working on anything. You know what I mean? Right now. You know, where does my skill set need to be? You know, is like the eternal question. Right? So, you know, this is what the game actually looks like. Right, so I'm testing Irish Johns. That was what we were working on earlier with the new pool table. You know, to create a, you know, that feel. But what I'll show you, kind of like what I want to have with. I just started working in Blender because my Maya subscription costs are crazy now. I've been doing all right with it with Blender so far. So watch this. Let's play Decorate the House. So let's buy a sofa. 2 bar stools, the bar island light, the bar island, and let's do 2 main sofas and ignore the UI crap right now. So like, check this out. I can now take all of this. So here's the bar, right? And this is what a player can do. Right? They can buy a habitation module, and they can like customize like their own little place, right? And it's all dynamic. It's the same system the ships use, right? So you can like, you know, customize it. I don't know why the lives are so weird on this thing. Right? And what's cool is you can take these and put them on your ship, you know what I mean? And kind of like, you know, buy them, go from point A to point B. And, you know, I want to just create like this really nice, you know, place that you can like invite your friends over and kind of like, you know, it'll be your own little, you know, instanced, you know, cool spot to call your own. I want a small. Oh, you know what? Screw it. Hang on. I want another big coach. All right. So, yeah, Blender is not bad. Right, so all of this is the same system that uses when you're snapping items to the ship. You know, so this is like your typical, you know, habitation module. And then buying cargo and putting on the ship. In the more final box form. Right, so you have your, or you should, oh wait, these are not real cargo. Let me, I thought I had a real cargo box here, but whatever. So at least in this build, you can actually see all the systems, right? So here's the comm systems. Like, you need to actually have all of the components, right? The comm systems actually hook up to the comm network. If your comm system is terrible, the range of which you can go away from the comm network is effective, right? So it's like, there's different versions. There's like a 1U version, 4U version. You know, you start off with not a lot of space, so you're trying to use what you can, right? I'll be checking. Oh, you're off a SR/. Better Better cooling, give you the overclock. Yeah. So like that's how the power plants work, right? Better power plants, better output. Oh well, yeah. Some of the stuff is working, right? Like look at the you know like even my power, like the shield generators, kind of make sense, even though I think the item ports for these are broke. But let's jump in. So like now that this is actually online, you know, you can actually see the you know in this ship how it performs, and if we head over to the enemy here, wherever the enemy is, hang on a second. Where is my nav beacon? Visibility is a little bit kind of poop, but you know. My free look is broke right now because of this new camera gimbal system that I've added, so it's a little bit kind of weird. So like to give you an idea of what Godot can do, see this medical module over here? Every single one of these rooms you can go in. Like every one of these rooms on top have their own like back to tank and like their own environments. You know, and this is like the test. This is kind of what I'm working on now. And the enemies have their own holograms, and all the, you know, like missile systems work, and a lot of the systems work. Like I've already finished a lot of the systems. I just need to get the art done. Oh, so you just shot a missile at it. NPCs fly their own ships, you know, and they go from A to B, and they have their own life cycle, and all that kind of stuff. So it's just getting it all together. Putting it all together and making like some fun gameplay loops. And gravity is once again broken in the main test build, as I've come to realize. Because I redid the gravity volumes. I'll show you one more thing before I go, because I'm close to going. This is the one more project, Wicket, which you'll run into as well, in Unreal. So this is my zone system. The zone system is an independent physics system, or a, how do we call it? It's a custom physics zone used for the interior of ships. So, and I'm probably going to mess this up right now, because there is a bug right now where when you get put into a zone, there are barriers of the zone itself to keep players within it. And those barriers themselves can like kind of bang into you, and you kind of go flying, and it's kind of crazy. So here, am I still running to the project? Hang on a second. Why didn't that connect? Oh, because I'm an idiot. I didn't hit connect. Oh, maybe I'm not hosting. 1 second. I just had the zone system running like not that long ago. What did I break? I'm wondering if I stole something from this when I was working on the netcode the other day. Gremlins in the Godot code. Yeah, no, I don't think there's a game manager in this. Because I was playing around with this, redoing the instancing or something, and I'm wondering if I like, if I broke something. Unless something is bind to the port. Let me actually just change the port. Because I think it's using the same port. I don't know, 10,999. Sure. But there is a chance I actually did break something. Okay, there we go. Alright, so check this out. So there isn't gravity in this, but you can kind of strafe down. So what I'm about to show you is I'm going to kind of stand over here on a ledge. And we have two other players here, right? You can see that here's a player, and if you look really closely, see how there's a little transparent silhouette? So the transparent silhouette is the future, what we call it, maybe it's the past non-interpolated version of the physics self. So it's the real player. We'll call him the real player, right? So, or the real player that would be in a physics zone. So here we have a ship as an example. I'm going to jump into 0G, and we're going to wait for the ship to come around, and I'll show you the secret sauce of this system if I don't glitch it out. Okay, we'll wait one more time just for it to go around one more time. So just so I get it in correctly. Yep, because I want to just touch the. Nope, I messed it up. Oh. Okay, fine. We'll demo it again. I could just make the stupid ship actually stop, so I could actually demonstrate this more effectively. But you know, hey, all I care about is it works for me. So let's yeah, we'll just run over here and jump into this one. No, I'm gonna keep hitting it. Where are you? Yeah, because that side kind of has this weird. It's following this weird path right now. Okay, yeah, this is better. Yeah, no too soft. Just actually make the ship like come to a stop and like be normal. Yeah, no, it's not gonna do it now. I'm gonna do like one last try of you know, like being sensible and showing this off. Maybe you need to like just go to another like side that actually makes sense. Here, let's connect again with 3 of these guys. Because that side's on a weird angle. Yeah, right there. There we go. I might actually, I need to actually make this be good for showcase. So check this out. So I am now in a completely stable physics zone. Everything I do, all the walls, everything that's happening outside. If I come over to my other dude, this one, and I observe the other player inside the ship, it's 100% stable. And it gets even crazier. We're gonna do some adventuring. Watch this. If the debug view will actually work. These are the more challenging aspects. Look at, yeah, no, I messed it up. No, I'm like in the physics zone, but it's like messed up. Fine, let me see if I can get this guy in there. Look at that. Boom. Right, so everything's all working. Look IK is working. I can literally, yeah. So what I want to do is I want to go on this one. I want to go back to Godot. And we want to go to the game mode. And I'm going to steal the camera. And we are going to hang on. Okay. I'm going to go all the way up. So this is this physics zone's representation at the origin of the map. So when I go back to one of the players, let's go to one of the players here and turn on. I don't really know if I like the new game mode. And turn off the camera. There we go. All right, so here is those players inside the static physics zone. And so these green colliders here, those are the exits of the physics zone back to like 64-bit precision space. And then, you know, and then the yellow one is the trigger of entering the zone from the outside. And it's the area which applies local effects and players and things like that, like for the zone. So the idea is that when you're on a station or when you're on a ship with your buddy, all of the stability of physics happens in a static environment that can easily be scaled, right? And whenever a ship spawns in, like there's always like kind of a visual actor version of yourself and like a physics version of yourself. And it just makes this system like super stable and easy to like use. And there's no worries whatsoever about like, you know, like falling out of the ship or anything weird like that. You just like can't fall out of the ship. You're in a static volume if you think about it. You're not even technically in the ship, but you're in the representation of the ship. If that's even hard, it's a bit hard to explain. But right, and you just transition between like what is kind of like real space, when you're in 0G in its entirety, you're one-to-one with your actor, right? Your physical self and your actor self are one-to-one. When you're inside stations and inside, your body is simulated in a static environment, and like you see, like the other player is like trapped and like teleporting around. It's funny. So, but anyway, but what's cool is like from the player's perspective, it's a very, very, very stable. And what's even interesting is there's nesting. So like a hangar can have a physics zone. In that hangar is a actor version of a ship, right? But the actor version of the ship is inside the hangar, and the hangar is obviously a static thing. But inside that ship is a static physics zone, right? And they can affect each other if you want them to. Like, so the idea is like, if I really, because they're usually, physics zones are anchored to a rigid body in some real position in space and time, I can sample the rigid body's, angular velocity and linear velocity, and I can apply those effects onto players that are in the ship if I want to, right? I can scale the effect. So if I want to do like dampening or like non-dampening, or like if I want to purposefully throw the boxes around, then I can. Yep, so the actor itself has a trigger to put you into the zone at the position, of the world. Depending on like the method, it may not scale well when it comes to maintenance. Yeah, it's like it will kind of it'll need to be ultimately like thoroughly tested. It seems to kind of work in my brain for like how we because ultimately like NPCs and there are many things that really don't need physics zones, or they don't need to have an interior until they need to have an interior, or vice versa. Like they can be kind of spun up on the fly. I'm just worried it needs authoring when new meshes and stuff come in. That's the issue. Right. That's the because there's an extra level of complexity. But the cool side is on the client side of things, you know, you can only ship the visual representation of a player to a client, right? If all the physics is happening on a server, which is cool. You know what I mean? Like, that's neat. But there's still like an authoring process, which is time consuming. I've been working on gravity myself with like stations, planetary bodies, use a similar method, but my surrounding gravity volume fits the player like a collision collide, and it triggers like ABS effects in the gravity of the player local to the player's view. Follow, not flies. Mobile keyword. I got you, that's cool. Yeah, I can't meet, like, I swear there's gonna be a whole generation of new space games that are just gonna be cool. Yeah, this poor guy's like stuck in the, it's a weird state here. Let's close this up. The cool thing is like a lot of stuff is working and players can play the game and have fun, and that's cool. Right, it's just, you know, get it to a point now where there's gameplay. Keeping it not doubles is nice for performance. Those less registers, I guess. The issue is for multiplayer. I know in Unity I had so much trouble with not using 64-bit. Like, things were just kind of crazy, you know. And Godot's networking solution just really does not like reparenting. So the concept of having like the simulation of the player being relative to some Unity doesn't even have doubles. I know. Yeah, like you're just that was like what I came from, is like the craziness of what was it? Oh yeah, wait. Totally forgot what I was doing. We were trying to find the tractor name. And yeah, it doesn't exist, so we need to re-import it from the project. Where's the beam mesh? Oh, I see it. I wonder if I can actually re-simulate that shader in Blender, because that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, this poor old tractor beam is pretty rough. It's crazy fast, you know what I mean? Like, it's because of its limitations and whatnot. Like, it, you know what I mean? It's like a double-edged sword, you know what I mean? It's like super fast, it's quick, but that speed comes from lacking features. But there are a lot of features you probably don't need. It all, you know, it all depends on like a scope really of your project. I'm kind of forced to stick it out at this point, you know? And I don't really mind that, to be honest. Like, I don't see myself running into too many limitations that I haven't already solved in some minor capacity, at least as far as, you know, being able to have the player, you know, be able to experience something, you know? And there should be, on this, there should be a, maybe there's not, mesh. There we go. Yeah, there should be like a dynamic beam extension. Yeah, you're firing to your game, but it looks like you're definitely getting through limitations. Yeah, so this works. Yeah, I wonder if I can create a pseudo. Because the idea of this, like, you just scale it. right? You scale it and you change the blend shapes. And then you have these kind of faux tractor beams, and they're kind of cool. Yeah, when it comes to like gameplay and general mechanics, there isn't too many complications. The biggest issues with space games are scale. And planet gen and such, which is scale. Yeah, I don't care about planets. I want to go down to planets, but I want them to be... I believe planet tech has to be complementary. You know what I mean? Like, it's the landing locations that are important. And everything else can be kind of barren, you know? Like, it needs to be understood by the player in some way, right? That, like, there's nothing for you here, you know, other than to create enough space to stop the player from finding somebody on the planet within like 15 minutes. So the scale is really, the scale of a planet exists to just dictate, hey, like if you're flying around trying to find someone, you know, we want to use proc gen to just, you know, create enough volume to like, and it's really only to create scattering and stuff for like mining and a few other things. I think Starfield does a good job kind of explaining to you that maybe we don't really need, you know, like a load of proc gen. It gets kind of old pretty quick. You've got enough randomization. Which sucks, so much work to not get much out of it. There's no way to fill a planet. There really isn't a way to fill a planet. That's why, like, I think if you treat it like it would be, you know what I mean? If you just had settlers, you know, putting some bases on some asteroids and on some, like, a water planet, and, you know, if things, if they're intentionally barren planets, then, you know what I mean? Like, there's got to be ways of selling the expectation so the player isn't disappointed with it. You know what I mean? They go there like, oh, it's cool. You know, like they enjoy the location, but I don't know. You know, like that's a whole. It's like a whole balance, right? Maybe for the beam shader for the time being, because we're definitely not gonna port that shader over. I don't want to change the normals because the normals are set for the Godot shader in Godot, so we're just going to add an alpha to it. So it's kind of more of a little hint. What is this? Yeah, I think it's going on. Yeah, the hardest part is the other games already set the precedent. If that's the word in English. I think so, yeah. So people would actually expect a lot. I guess so, yeah, but I mean, I'm only one person, and my choices are make the game in the limited capacity or not make the game. You know, it's kind of, you know, you have to be realistic, or we're kind of, you know, in a weird situation where it's never going to be delivered, you know? Why is this not? Oh. What is this thing? Oh, the lens. Oh. I don't know why these materials, like my little placeholder materials are kind of like weird. I mean, it's only halfway box. Yeah, that's for sure. There's no way to do asphalt. Just like something to bear in mind, unfortunately. Yeah. Good night. I'm gonna go back to my game dev. I'm working on building, get a new ship and spawn location, and I just want to finish it up tonight, have fun, and I'll jump on your stream, very cool stuff. Have a go and make a delight. And if you're streaming, like, you know, definitely consider streaming your game. Even if you give the stream 0 effort, and even if you don't even have a webcam. Just like, hey, if you're going to put the work in working on the game, and you can just stream your voice and your screen, you know, it might actually help, you know, build up some, you know, initial audience as you're kind of working through. It's all good, you know. It's always fun to see indie devs doing more gameplay than big companies, though, like pushing the work where it matters. Yep. I just have had Twitch for a long time, but recently I just started actually using it to stream. Hell yeah, I'll give you a shout out here as well. Let me see if we can kind of push you started. Yeah, it'd be fun actually just to watch the Unreal side of things, to see how like Unreal does things. I mean, it's all, you know what I mean? Like it's like solving the same problems, but in like different ways, you know? Oh my God, why? Why did I make this so detailed originally? No, it's like not. Oh, it must have been the resolution of the original spine that was here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these flashlight tractor beams. I mean, they're kind of a modification of the mining laser. I can clearly see that, but you know, we just gotta get it working, I guess. So, guess we can't really complain. Yeah, I'll probably spend some time like next week like redoing this thing, because part of the current sprint is I would really like to have players try mining and kind of see how they feel about it. So like putting together a mining gameplay loop would be kind of nice. Hey Samto, how's it going? But I do like leaving this beam as kind of a... I could make it a volume as well. But you... Gonna sneeze. Achoo! Yeah, so we'll kind of figure out what we're gonna do with these. We are using EV. Thanks. Tractor beam medium. Is that even the right spot? Tractor beam medium. Hey, do you do collabs? What type of collabs? And apparently my music stopped. Let's do this one. And I'll leave a couple of gimbals. That's 2.5. Not big enough. 3. Maybe too far? No, maybe not. Because I want to have enough range. It's 2.5. Yeah, it depends on what you mean by collabs. Yeah, I think I like the like putting, maybe we'll put on the side. And we could always have like beam lasers that kind of work like mining lasers, like tractor beams, but I kind of really like the idea of the classical Star Trek style tractor beam. They could be used as a deterrent for like stopping ships. Like they have a certain mass lock capacity. You know, the whole like mining laser beam itself has kind of been like redone a million times over. So I don't know. Yeah, I think I like that more, having the tractor beams on the side. And then we can make them chunky boys. Let's fill this in real quick. Why is that there? Oh, okay, I see. I'm gonna save it here, guys. I'm gonna go raid someone. I'm gonna end it here on YouTube. You guys have an absolute great day. If you guys are interested in the project, definitely consider checking it out. Patreon.com/monolithic. Even join for free if you want to. It's the best way to support the development if you're interested. And $5 a month gives you access to the test builds. They're test builds, you know. Like I wouldn't recommend doing it for the entertainment value. You only do it if you want to help the game. And yeah, each build has like different focuses that we're working on. And hopefully, you know, it'll grow. That's the idea anyway. With that, let's go find someone to raid on